I mean, I don't know. I feel why men are leaving the workforce. We're becoming Sigma crypto bros. You think that's it? So men are no longer working anymore? I mean, based, right? I mean, shit.
Men have been steadily dropping out of the workforce, especially men aged 25 to 54, who are often considered to be in their prime working years.
That's right.
As of August 2024, 13.7% of prime-age men were not working, compared to just 7.2% in 1954.
Yeah.
The long-term
That is a huge increase. That's basically it doubled.
decline in labor force participation by so-called prime-age men is a tremendous worry for our society, for our economy, and probably also for our political system.
When did they invent video games?
Of prime-age workers who could be working and aren't, and that's this puzzling problem.
The unemployment rate for prime-age working men sat at 3.4% in August 2024. This number primarily includes those who are unemployed and looking for a job. But about 10.5% of men in their prime working years, or roughly 6.8 million men nationwide, are neither working nor looking for employment.
This is an important distinction, is that unemployment can be defined in multiple ways. So, like, you have some people that are unemployed because they work seasonally, some people that are unemployed because of an industry change, some people that are unemployed because they can't find a job, and then you also have people that are unemployed and also not looking for employment. So, whenever you see what these numbers are, you have to be very careful. This, though, is the number that you're looking for, is the not employed and not looking to be employed.
Compared to just 2.5% in 1954.
What's surprising is it's not a COVID phenomenon, it's not a recession phenomenon.
And for every prime-age man who is unemployed and looking for a job, there are more than 3, and some years 4, who are neither working nor looking for work.
So what's driving men out of the workforce? And if left unchecked, what impact will it have on the US economy?
Let's see why. What do
Nearly
they think?
half of prime-age men out of the workforce cited obsolete skills, lack of education and training, poor work record, or security issues as a reason preventing them from work.
Education is a very important predictor of a prime-age man's odds of being out of the
I think that makes sense for sure. Yeah, absolutely. Too many women in the workforce. I mean, I don't know. I feel like women have been in the workforce for quite a while, right? I mean, like the 90s, I'm sure there were a lot of women working, right? And so, like, how has it gone down from there?
labor force.
The big impacts are on the non-college educated groups on their ability to enter and stay in the labor market.
Men who are not
that's where the issue is. It's definitely there because it's the guys that don't have any sort of like college degree. They don't have any formal education. There used to be a lot of jobs that you could do that didn't require that. But the fact is that now I feel like a lot of those jobs are being automated or they are not as important as they were. They're not needed as much. It's like back in the day, you could work at a factory and then, you know, bolt nuts onto a Ford. But you don't need to do that anymore because they have a robot that does that. So it's like, where do those people go? At a certain point, nowhere. What the fuck? You can't automate trades. You can, but it's just that we're so far off, it's not realistic for it to happen. Also, being a plumber or being like a carpenter, like that's really hard work, man. And so a lot of people aren't really going to want to do that. Yeah, I mean, I understand that, like, yeah, you can make a good amount of money doing that. Some people do, but yeah, it's hard to do that.
College educated leave the workforce at higher rates than men who are.
Yeah, of course.
At the same time, fewer younger men have been enrolling in college over the past decade.
If you look at the
well, that's not really a big surprise when you see initiatives that are given that privilege women. Like, I see this all the time, where it's like, well, this is some sort of initiative that's made to get more women to go to college or get more women to be involved with something. Big fucking surprise, you're going to see men that aren't going to be as enrolled in college. It makes sense. Of course. It's an incel take. That's an incel take. It's a fact. It's a fucking fact. Like, how many times do you ever see articles and like initiatives that companies do that are like getting more women involved with X, Y, or Z thing? All the fucking time. all the fucking time. And so, yes, if you're a guy, like, women have these innate advantages that these companies are putting out there. They're putting money up to give them an advantage. So, yes, obviously men are at a disadvantage, because if you're competing against somebody that has a head start or some sort of advantage over you, then now it's harder for you to compete. It's very simple. It's more than that. It's not about initiatives. Females outperform males academically, average as early as high school. Sure, I'm saying, like, that's definitely probably a factor, but you're talking about college. I'm not talking about high school. Are they trying to rectify the historical disadvantage? Well, rectifying a historical disadvantage by disadvantaging a different group of people, this is not virtuous. Like, you're not rectifying anything, because what happened to somebody 50 years ago isn't what's happening now. Like, if you're applying an unfair standard onto a person because of something that they didn't do, then you're treating them unfairly. It's really simple.
Geography of where the most prime age men out of the labor force are in particular, they tend to be in places that have experienced manufacturing declines.
Exactly. It's because, there's no, like, physical, like, labor jobs that are not super intensive, that are low skill, that men can have because they've been automated.
To graduate with a high school education and have good,
the same thing's going to happen
jobs.
with women
too. They weren't
too.
Glamorous jobs. They were, automobile factories, sometimes mines, other manufacturing jobs, but they were respected, they were stable, and they could support a family.
That's another really big component that a lot of people might not realize, is that people had a manufacturing job where they would just put bumpers on Fords. And this guy made what would be equivalent to the over $100,000 a year. This is a guy, it's like you go back and you watch old sitcoms, and it's the guy that works in a factory, and he owns a house, a boat, a car, and he has a wife and 2 kids, and the wife stays at home. How do you think that happens?
Then, due to technology-driven growth, a little bit due to Chinese competition, you've had a lot of manufacturing firms, and the places where they were located, that that were one-horse towns, become ghost lands, right?
Yeah, like Detroit.
Wages could also be a contributing factor. Median annual wages for men with a high school diploma have fallen from just over $57,600 in 1973 to $45,000 in 2023.
That is a crazy amount. Like, again, like, you think about that number, like, what is the math on that? Like, almost 20%. Yeah, it's almost about 20%. It's going to, like, think about that. 20%. That's crazy. Huge fucking reduction. It's like if you cut off somebody's leg, that's 20% of their body weight. 20% is massive. Add inflation. I think this is probably adjusted for inflation.
Adjusted for inflation. At the same time, wages for those with a bachelor's degree or more have increased by about $6,300 during the same period. This decline in earnings led to a 44%.
Because nobody needs people with no skills and no education anymore. And this is going to become a bigger problem. Every single year it will become a bigger problem. And eventually, in like 20 or 30 years, I think that we are going to be running into a existential threat that a person will no longer be able to reasonably expect to gain employment. I think it's happening because there are so many things that are becoming automated. It's more than 20%. It's a 20% reduction when it should have been a gain of 20%. No, it's adjusted for inflation. This is what's going to happen, right? Because, like, you think about it, how many of you guys, like, I'm 34. How many of you guys remember having your mom take you to the supermarket whenever you were a kid and 15 aisles were open? You guys remember that? You go to Albertsons, you go to Walmart, you go to Costco, go to Sam's Club, Publix, right? H-E-B here in Texas. Now how many lines are open? Like 3, maybe? Like 3? Like 2 or 3, somewhere around there, right? And so that's what happens. And so where did all of those people go? Well, nowhere. They're gone. Their job's gone. Also, think about like whenever I was a kid and I would go to like a McDonald's, there would be more people behind the counter than there are now. And this is happening everywhere. Self-checkout. Well, what I'm saying is that self-checkout is a form of automation. And everything is, yeah, it's going to be cost-cutting. Exactly, yeah. Mobile orders, yeah, there's a bunch of stuff. Self-service checkout. And so all of these things are done in order to remove people that are unskilled workers from the workforce. And another reason is that with unskilled workers, most of them are, you're going to have a high, listen, I mean, I think Taco Bell uses AI to take your orders now. And the reason why I think that is because they keep getting my order right. This used to never happen. And now I'm always getting the right food? No, something is wrong here. And I think they're using AI. Wendy's too? Yeah, they're all doing it. And this is what's happening. Carl's Jr., yeah. And so, well, where's that person? What's that person going to do? Now they're gone. So that's where the issue comes in. That's where the problem happens. And you're seeing automation and technology removing unskilled labor jobs from the market at a ratio that is way faster than those jobs. Like, because the difference between, like, sorry, I'm going off on a big tangent here, but like you can compare this abstractly to the Industrial Revolution, right? Because we're having a second revolution. But the Industrial Revolution was done as a means to an ends of producing more of a product. So the goal was not necessarily to reduce the amount of workers, it was more or less to increase the amount of product. Whereas automation and, AI, the entire purpose of it is to reduce the workforce. That is the primary goal for something like Flippy. Flippy is done, he exists so McDonald's doesn't have to hire somebody to reduce costs. Yes, exactly. And that's what's happening. And so that's, and I think that men, and it's especially true with physical labor jobs, right? Like manufacturing. These were jobs that low education men would always have. And I think that this is also a reason too. It's like, again, take a step back. This is the reason why you see such a massive resurgence of like red pill stuff. This is why you see people like Andrew Tate, Jordan Peterson, and all of these people that are like trying to provide like a world outlook for men. Because now there's no path that an uneducated man is going to be able to take that's going to help him. Right? Internet dads. Yeah, like there's no light at the end of the tunnel. There's no way that things are going to get better for this kind of a person. They're just fucked.
Growth in the exit rate of men without a college degree from the workforce between 1980 and 2019.
I think, honestly, status plays more of a role than wages. As I said before, you had a manufacturing job. It was respected. You were part of a community, breadwinner for your family. You had organizations like unions or Rotary clubs that surrounded your job. And that's gone.
In general, men without children are also less likely to participate in the workforce compared to men with children.
Of course.
Especially men without education or training after high school.
What we have.
Yeah, there's a word for that. Not in education, training, or technology. Not in, yeah. It's interesting.
Seen is a huge rise in the proportion of prime-age men who've never been married, and a very, very significant decline in the proportion who are currently married and have kids at home. And those two trends track closely with the big changes that we've seen about male attachment in the labor force. Correlation isn't always causation, but looking at that
it's obviously a factor. Like, I mean, I know plenty of people that are like, yeah, I don't want to get married or do anything like that because I can't even take care of myself. Like, you're not really in a position, because like this is the thing, is that culturally, like, we can all pretend like this isn't the case, but it's been the case for thousands of years, because this is the way our biology is that the man is supposed to provide for the woman. That's the way it works. That's how it works in almost every single, animal colony, at least of mammals. This is the way it works for people. This is the way it's worked in pretty much all cultures. And yeah, that's the reason, because women have kids and they're weaker and smaller, and men have to provide for them while they take care of the kids. So if a man can't provide for his wife, then he's not going to be looking for a wife. Or at least there's a lower probability of it. Because like we act like, oh yeah, we're beyond this. Oh, we're past this. No, we're not. No, we're not. Biology says that we're not past this. If you look at the entire, look at the entire history of human beings, 99.999% of all of the time that we have been people, that paradigm has been used. It's not going to go away. That's it. You can't escape nature. Yes. And so if a man can't provide for a family, then he's not going to try to look for a family. It's that simple. Now, that's not always true, and there's plenty of broke dudes with baby mamas everywhere. However, overall, it will lead to a decline because the conscientious ones will decide not to do it.
Respondents is real important, I think.
Meanwhile, 57% of the roughly 10% of men not looking for work said their physical or mental health was the main reason for not being employed, with 55% citing a disability, serious illness, and or receiving disability benefits.
The whole question about the health and the mental health of male workforce dropouts is an extremely important and I think concerning one.
I think this is, again, like the reason why you see like men's like those alpha male boot camps that like guys had, and like they're all crying in the pool together and everybody's laughing at them. The problem is that men are not really, like, they're not given spaces where they can grow as a person in a way that's healthy. And I think that they look for spaces like that, and they find it on the internet, or they find it with like different types of like, these like male like fitness influencers, etc. But like if you think back at like a lot of ancient cultures and the way that like even our culture used to be, right? There was a lot more of a traditional, some form of initiation ritual, things like the military, things like some form of civil service, like, the CCC and other types of like New Deal things from like the 40s. And so there were a lot of other ways that we approach this problem. And now there really aren't any. Yeah, there's coming of age rituals. Yeah, exactly. There aren't any. And the, like, how to be a man is a question that apparently nowadays most people can't answer. And I think the problem is that like nobody knows that, and the entire popular media is polluted with basically bad role models. It's basically like, and it's not that Andrew Tate is a bad role model with everything. There are a lot of things that Andrew Tate says that I think are true. Same with Jordan Peterson. But the problem is that none of them really are the model character for the person that you want to be. And I think that's all the issue too, is because if you don't even know what your own identity is, how can you go after it? You see what I'm saying? And so people, like a man has been divorced from their identity. They've been divorced from having ownership over their own body. They've been divorced from being able to have any sort of like a future. And the problem is that you can say, oh, well, just go to college. I'm going to give you guys the honest truth. The bottom 20% of intelligence of people are not going to be able to have jobs because they're too stupid to make decisions. They're just stupid. They're not, like, you can't just put somebody in Harvard and then after 4 years, they're going to become a neuroscientist. There are lots of people that are just stupid, and there's no fixing this, right? Or at least not right now. Yeah, there's no fixing this. Oh, you can't say that. No, it's just how it is, right? It's the bell curve. It's the same with everything. It's the same. There's some people that are 7 feet tall and some people that are 4 feet tall. That's the way it is. Some people with a lot of hair, some people without so much. Some people are really black, some people are really white. That's it. And so everything is like that. And, some people are really smart. Some people are really stupid. Like, there are so many pieces and, like, ways this comes together. More than 50% of college degrees are worthless as well. Don't forget that men are also more likely to be addicted to drugs and alcohol. Addiction can play a role. Yeah, but why are they getting addicted to drugs and alcohol? I think that they're getting addicted. A lot of people that I think get addicted to substances like that do it as a form of escape. They do it because they're unhappy with their life. Now, you obviously have some people that are just, you know, addictive personality is just what they do, right? But I don't think it's as common.
Stressing proportion of the men who are out of the workforce say they're using pain medications every day.
Jesus Christ.
A 2017 research paper estimates that an increase in opioid prescription between 1999 to 2015 led to about 43% of the decline in men's labor force participation rate during that period.
So then you have to ask, what sort of...
It's because people aren't active anymore, too. That's another big factor. Like John F. Kennedy had like a lot of initiatives and things like this to like get guys active, especially like high school age guys. And like back in school, like for a lot of people now, they don't have to do PE anymore. And so now you have people like this is again, like going back to the, like, it's again, return to monkey. Back in the caveman days, men were physically active all of the time. And I bet how many of you guys, whenever you were a kid, you were physically active like 5 hours a day. You were going around, running around, you're out in the backyard, you're going over to your friend's house, you're riding your bike around, you're doing all kinds of crazy shit, right? More like 8 hours a day, right? Yeah, we were all like this. And now you're probably not as much. Well, that's the way that people are supposed to be. And you can see this with like any sort of uncontacted or any sort of, older tribe. Like you go look at an African tribe, they're running around like fucking crazy. They're moving around constantly. None of them are just sitting around doing nothing all day. And so again, it's going back to return to monkey. People have been divorced from the fulfillment of physical activity. You see what I'm talking about here? It's about momentum. Yeah, it's about people moving, right? You're moving your body. You're moving, you're stretching your arms, right? It's like I like that's one of the reasons why, like, for me, whenever I was having back trouble, I said I refuse to take painkillers for this. I will not take painkillers for this. I'm going to exercise in these different ways because I think the human body is made to move. It's made to heal itself, and it's made to improve. And that's what I did. And I'm still in the process of doing that now, even. Standing desks are goated? Yeah, that's what you do. And if I see a lot of people, by the way, if you see a lot of people that are exercising, and I'm not talking about bodybuilders that like die of like heart complications, but I'm talking about like people that are physically fit and physically active. Those people live to be 90. Those are the ones that live a really long time. The ones that are physically active. Yeah, take up an activity. Yeah, exactly. Fight Club was right. Well, in some ways, right? But like what I'm saying is that that's a huge factor. And I think also like then like being fat or being out of shape, like then this creates a feedback loop of not having confidence because I'm fat, I'm ugly, I'm skinny, I'm ugly, I don't look right. Now I can't really get a girlfriend. Now people don't like me as much, right? And so you see how like all of this has created like a perfect storm for men to completely lose any form of identity they have. That's what I think has happened. And it's actually such an existential spiritual problem, but it manifests in like very physical ways. Like, for example, being fat or not being able to have a job or not having a girlfriend. But all of these are symptoms of a spiritual disease. I know this sound like I'm using kind of like big terms here, but I really do think this is what's happening.
Pain are we talking about? Are we talking about physical pain? Are we talking about metaphysical pain? There's an enormous amount of depression, mental health challenges that men in this grouping face.
Yeah, but why do they get depression? No, that's the question. Because, like, yeah, being able to acknowledge that it's mental health and depression, great, true, yeah, right? But, like, why?
This is a chicken and egg question.
Yeah.
Did you drop out because you were feeling sad, or are you sad because you dropped out and you're living on the couch?
Unemployment is really terrible for people's well-being. Often people adapt to all kinds
I think a lot of people, it's probably that there isn't a social support network for them either way. There's not a support network for them being in school, and there's also not a support network for them to get back into school or education in another form, right? Like a trade. Men don't have that, sadly. Yeah, and I think that's one of the big issues. And I think that that's why there's like a growing resentment I think a lot of men have towards women, which is women, it seems like, have a lot more like social structures and social like networks that exist for their benefit that men don't really have access to. I think it's a huge problem.
negative shocks, losing a kid, being widowed, whatever, and eventually kind of come back. But long-term unemployment is one of the worst things in terms of that. So what you have is a kind of scarring effect, and it's worse for men because their identity is much more wrapped up in their role as a worker.
Well, of course, the reason why a man's identity is wrapped up as a role as a worker, again, I feel like I'm, like I'm saying the obvious thing that nobody can acknowledge is true. It's because a man is expected to take care of his family and provide for a family. A woman's not expected to do that in the same way. That's because of biology. You're not going to rewrite this. It's not going to change next week. There's not going to be a law written that makes this better. This is the way that people are hardwired and programmed down to a genetic level. So the reason why men being divorced from the ability to earn a living is an existential spiritual problem is because the ability to earn a living is their ability to reproduce. Fundamentally.
Declining workforce participation can potentially leave a lasting impact on the American economy.
It means slower growth of the economy, obviously. It means bigger wealth gaps within our society.
It certainly will have an impact on our productivity and probably already is.
The U.S. has been experiencing a severe shortage in labor.
This is going to keep getting worse, by the way.
Missing 1.7 million Americans from the workforce compared to February 2020.
Yep.
The McKinsey Global Institute estimates that U.S. GDP could have been $296 to $442 billion higher in 2023 if the country had been able to fill its job vacancies.
A lot of people just don't want to do
However,
shitty
some
jobs.
experts suggest the impacts of men leaving or never entering the workforce could be more sector-specific.
You need young men
Well, it's
coming.
also people not getting paid enough fucking money, right? Like, if you, like, oh yeah, you want to go work at McDonald's and be called a loser by basically everybody in society and get paid a shit wage and have to do one of the hardest jobs. Like, I'm sorry, but like, streaming is hard in a lot of ways, but I feel like there's almost no fucking job that's harder than working in a kitchen. That's my opinion. Like, I had to work in a kitchen before for a very, very short period of time. I've got my name tag for it right here. And it was absolutely fucking awful. I couldn't imagine living like that regularly. Like, I quit immediately, basically. Oil rig? Well, the thing is, if you're working on an oil rig, you're probably getting paid, $180,000, $250,000 a year, right? So you're getting huge money. So, like, yeah, obviously, like, this is very dangerous. It's scary, but you're getting paid a lot of money. Not really? How much does a roughneck make on an oil rig? So it's looking like the average is $47 a year, and the salary for the top 10 cities is all over $110,000. 47. Oh, sorry, not $47 a year. That's for making Nike. Over in Malaysia, no, $47 an hour.
Replace those people going.
Sector specific.
You need young men coming in wanting to replace those people going out. And so if men have...
I think this is another factor, is that now that we have better health services and we have better health in general, boomers are staying in and older Gen X are staying in the workforce longer than people that were before them were staying in the workforce as well, because they maintain health for a longer period of time.
Primarily been in more manual labor, more blue skilled and skilled trades, if they're older and they're leaving in their retirement and there's not as many young men coming in, both because of declining cohort sizes, but moving in a different direction type of careers, we're going to be losing that sector of productivity.
Despite a steep rise in federal funding, the infrastructure sector hasn't been able to find enough workers, with the construction workforce shortage surpassing 500,000 in 2024.
Jesus.
We are a little concerned about the impact that inflation is going to have and has had on the movement of infrastructure dollars into the actual productive activity. Having a shortage of men in construction is going to raise a problem.
The trend could have a dire socio-political impact as well.
It'll get worse in ways that we would not like. I mean, I think it would lead to
increase the pay. Well, the problem is like inflation effectively is doing the opposite. So it's like, you know, there are a lot of guys that work, like, my understanding of construction, which is like kind of disconnected, is that if you're like on the ground, you're probably making okay money, but the foreman is making pretty good money, and the guy that the foreman answers to is making really good money, and the guy above that is like a millionaire. So, like, construction does have a lot of money in it, but again, the guy that's above the foreman, that guy is like probably a top 10% intelligence person. So, like, if you're in that bottom 20% and you're kind of stupid, you're never going to make it up that ladder. It's just not going to happen. Not all in the top 10. Not all. Well, I mean, like, in general, right? You're going to have people, like, there is clearly a correlation between high status jobs and jobs that require, you know, like a lot of thinking and intelligence, right? And IQ. Like that, fucking obviously. Construction is hard on the body, though. Not enough young people want to do that to themselves. I think so. I think more people would do it if it paid more. Definitely. Nepotism overrides everything in skill. Look, listen, there's always going to be factors that are out of your control. But if you want to talk about that, you're right. But I'm talking about averages. If you want to look at averages here, those guys that are millionaires or, you know, they're very close to it through construction, these people are not stupid. They are not stupid people. They're not like some dumbass idiot. Like, these are people that understand a lot of shit.
Premature deaths, but it will also likely lead to radicalization and polarization, because this is a frustrated, left-behind group with no options.
Yeah.
There are problems that government can address.
They'll never have a solution, and men that are unskilled will become increasingly less worthwhile and important, and we will be entering in a time where a person's value is basically the value of their body parts sooner than later, as these jobs become less and less possible to do. That's what's happening. They're not coming back. They're not going to be back. The only way that they could come back is if we had some sort of neo-feudalism serfdom. That's it.
And problems that government government can't address.
So one of the first functions that beats out policy is, economic growth. You have a strong economy, you're going to have increased wage structure, and it's going to bring people back into the market.
More than a quarter of prime age men.
I don't think that's true. I think that's not true anymore, at least, because the jobs that are being added into the workforce are very high skill and very technical. It's not like we're having like a lot of infrastructure that needs to be built, right? A lot of like unskilled jobs. Like, yeah, there is job growth, but it's in jobs that are highly technical or jobs that are extremely demanding, like construction.
Not looking for work, cited insufficient pay as a reason preventing them from work. And nearly half said competitive pay, salary, compensation, and/or bonuses was a very important factor when considering whether to enter or return to the workforce.
Yeah, because a man in our society, if you don't make a lot of money, you're considered to be a loser. That's one of the biggest indicators of success in our culture is money.
For the young, better training, skills training, better some form of post-high school education, encouraging that, maybe even subsidizing that. I think part of the youth mental health crisis has to do with what's next. What's AI going to do? What am I going to do? Are there any stable jobs? I can't afford college. All those questions all come together. And so models that help them kind of give them a jump start can be really effective ways of intervening.
Fuck
and there are
chat.
actually now really promising programs in high school
T1
which teach kids financial
Fuck
literacy.
chat. Holy shit, chat. We have T1 Doran against Pinkward playing AP Shaco top. I imagine after a long day of scrims, Doran says, you know what, I'll queue up for a North American solo queue game. Let's like brush off a little bit of cobwebs, so to speak. And you face a man with such agility, with such creative builds and techniques. I generally don't think Doran will be queuing up again after this. Nidalee top is what Doran's playing.
I'm in a game against...
Doran's shield start is interesting. Last time I watched Pinkward, he did not start a
top laner.
Doran's shield. As we go for the level 1 proxy, we don't have box, we have, I don't know what this is. I don't know what the technique is. He pulls the whole wave. Okay. What is bro doing? What is bro doing? Is he all It guarantees a shove. Does it guarantee a crash into his top lane wave?
So he'll still push back to my side.
It does. That's what he's doing. So he pulls.
Why do they pick these weird ass fucking picks, dude? I swear to God.
Has to be trolling with that comment. I'm not taking the rage bait. I'm not taking the rage bait of AP unsealed spellbook Shaco top, Q start, proxy wave, saying Nidalee top. What are these picks? I can't take it. I refuse to take the rage bait. I won't be rage baited. Beautiful crash now. If we're able to take all these CS without taking damage, I think win. If we get chunked to half health, GG. Okay. Plates. Oh my god! Nidalee top, by the way, is actually very good in high elo. There's been a lot of players that use it actually in pro play recently. Not at MSI yet, but we have to TP back. Use it actually in pro play recently. Not at MSI yet, but we have to TP back. Our lane's cooked. You have to go mana flow banned on Shaco top. I played a game of it, didn't go mana flow ban, never had mana. Little life pro tip if you guys are looking to play this and into your teammates. Don't expect any interaction until probably level 6. He set up a box line on a tower. You need to wait until 2 points or 3 points into the boxes before they actually do anything. anything. We're just gonna take these free plates. Doran looks so good against AL Flandre, by the way. Sorry, he looked good against, not Flandre, Finn. I'm trolling. Absolutely, absolutely smashed BLG. I mean, not dying in the first 5 minutes is quite good against Doran. Miss a few CS, TP coming back in, set up the box. We have no TP here, so it's going to be a little bit awkward. I don't even want to look at CS this game, because I just know it's going to be so horrendous. You don't play Shaco top for CS, so you don't actually really need to look at it. I would close my eyes. I would even put like a little animation, a little note over the CS, so you just can't even look at it, so you're not depressed. Please get the cannon. Please get the cannon. Please get the cannon. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. Lock in. Got the cannon. Wards are out. Boxes are set. If we could just get one... If we could get one kill onto Doran diving on a turret, I'd be happy. Do we have mana? We don't have any mana for the box. He jumps into the box. Ignite put down. Sorry, brother. First time. Pinkboard shaking his head.
There's no fucking way the way I kill him.
They teach them about equitable entrepreneurship. They teach them about how do you foster better mental health as part of the workplace. And it seems to inspire kids to go on to college, right? Because they sort of see a pathway where they didn't see it before.
29.
I do want to say that the problem that I'm talking about, where it's like dumb people that won't be able to find employment because there are no jobs, this is an unsolvable problem. You're not going to be able to educate this out of them. Like, it's just not going to happen. So, but like, there are a lot of people that are not part of that are still affected by this, and it does help them.
Percent of men out of the labor force said that training and educational programs was another important factor in considering a return to the workforce.
Having the type of commitment from the employer to train and retain and offer upward mobility for workers, I think will be very important. I
think that upward mobility and the lack thereof is a really big factor. And I think that now that the internet has given people an extra level of awareness, I think that you see now how much nepotism and how much unfairness there is in the workforce and in life. So when you see how this happens all the time, it serves as a massive, massive, massive demotivator. Now, obviously, you still have to do that. You clearly have to, and you can succeed despite that. But seeing people succeed when they don't deserve it is very demotivating for a lot of average guys. Yeah, like it really is awful, me being a personal victim to it. Yeah, I mean, and I think that it happens to everybody. And it's not even just like, there's also like, okay, like I've seen plenty of memes and it's like, okay, you're at a construction, it's a construction work site. And it's like the, it shows like all the different guys that are working there. It's like the old guy that's like working, he's doing his best. The young guy who's like kind of stupid. And then it shows like, it's like the foreman's son. And he's like this. Like I get it, right? I definitely get it. And so like you see that happen. And then guess what? Yeah, in the car, right? Yeah, he's sitting in the car. That's obviously extremely demotivating. And so as a guy, when you see that happen and you feel like you don't have these advantages for yourself, then, what the fuck are you going to do? And it's a massive demotivator. And I'm not saying like, because obviously like you have to keep working even though that's true. Like it's not an excuse to just stop working. But for a lot of people, it's a pretty big reason. That's how postal service works, working for mom and dad. I think that there's a lot of things like this.
figure out more about career pathways in the labor market and not just the education side. So how is it that someone moves from first job, next job to best job? How do we help people understand and navigate?
Yeah, it's like if there's no light at the end of the tunnel, don't be surprised if people don't want to get in the tunnel. Fucking obviously.
Quarter of working Americans said they weren't satisfied with their growth opportunities in the workplace.
Yeah, I'm surprised
to
it's
other
not more.
OECD countries that on average spend 0.1% of their GDP on training their workers. The US spent only 0.03% of their GDP on job training in 2022.
Older age groups, it's tougher. You know, you're probably not going to get these guys to retrain, but you can get, there are a lot of programs that have largely been pioneered in the UK, much more than here, but we're starting to pick up on them, that literally just try and reboot community activities.
This is something that was very popular in like the 40s with FDR. He did this a lot, and it was like generally, even now, like it's looked back on as a positive, right? It is. And somebody said, let me see if I can read this real quick. I don't know where it was, but yeah. Somebody said basically if you think other people's success is your failure, then you deserve to fail. That's not true. Like if you have one promotion that's at your office and the person that gets it for a reason they shouldn't have gotten it for, there is absolutely a zero-sum environment that you operate in. To say otherwise is so disingenuous. Absolutely, it is a zero-sum environment. With a lot, there is scarcity of everything. And if somebody gets something, in a lot of cases, it means you're not getting it. That's just how it is.
Get these isolated people in despair out of their houses. It can make a difference.
Social programs like disability benefits spark contentious debate.
It's very controversial. People have very strong opinions about this. While we don't know why it is happening, we can be pretty clear that the social welfare programs are helping and the disability programs.
It's a cultural issue too. I think a lot of it for men is a cultural issue. Where like there's always discussions around toxic masculinity, all the things that men are doing wrong. It's popular in media to have men look like idiots in sitcoms. There are advantages and programs that are existent for the benefit of women, but not for men. There are a lot of things, like, especially if you're a young guy, you feel like the odds are stacked against you. And I think that's true. Like, there's a lot of massive disadvantages that men have. Being a man's very hard. I mean, I've said before, I'm so glad I'm a guy and not a girl, right? Like, I am so glad. I would not want to be a girl, right? Because I think it's worse. But as a young guy, especially, like, I'm 34 now, right? So, like, I'm not in that part of my life anymore. But as a guy who's 20, think about the opportunities that women have when they're 20, and think about the opportunities that men have whenever they're 20. They're very different. And for a lot of you guys, how many of you guys are like around my age and you've seen that pendulum swing, right? Where like there are those women that you knew in high school, maybe, or college, that, you know, were getting all of these advantages and benefits, and now they're not anymore. And there's men now that are doing very well. Yeah, exactly. I've seen it. I see it, right? And like the thing is that, like, but a young man, a 20 and 19-year-old guy, isn't going to see that. He's not going to see that because he had, like, he's not 40
gamers.
yet. He's not 35. He's not 30 yet. So that's the problem.
Legos aren't the opinion than what you would find on a Hasanabi. Last week I made a video trying to defend a worse opinion than what you would find on a Hasanabi stream. That the problems with League of Legos aren't the fault of Riot Games but rather the player base, as I would rather be associated with Epstein's party planning committee than with the majority of this community, and I showed that with a few examples. First, we had the proxy pushing Singe to rage quit because he didn't get ganks in lane. We had the NID support who decided to build tank and jerk off all game. We had our fair share of backseating Betty's blaming and shaming my picks in Champ Select only to get proven more wrong than Amber Heard in a courtroom, and finally we had the Morgana who I had to gently caress and chat all game just so she wouldn't AFK. And after such a demonstration of douchebaggery, there were two types of comments that made me angrier than a young Ray Charles doing a word search, and the first were people telling me that one of the games was my fault because I picked Seraphine bot. My initial reaction to these people is to typically not say anything because I figure natural selection will wean anyone with such a moronic mindset that doesn't know jack shit about shit out, but then I figured I would instead do them a public service by making them realize how much stupider they make the world around them every time they talk in a video. To do this, I was planning on filming a ranked climb with Lux and other mages as bot laners, which is when I ran into the problem that was also popular in the comments. That these problems are Riot's fault because they let smurfing exist without punishment, and right when I was about to say I haven't seen a smurf in a while, I ran into this. So yeah, I was playing Twinkle Tits as the carry with the floating octopus as my support. Absolute morons in the comments will say I'm trolling for not playing someone like Zeri, while anyone who has actually played solo queue will know that her laning phase is going to be harder than handcuffing a rattlesnake, and things were off to what I thought was going to be an abusive relationship down here, but then 2.5 minutes into the game, we had a visitor, one that is so uncommon in my piss pit elo that its inhabitants like myself don't even think to deploy cameras in the shrubs this early. Of course, what follows is graphic, and my own gameplay indeed represents that of a frustrated boy who has been hard stuck in this elo for years. I was verbally impressed by such an early gank, as typical junglers who are actually at this rank spend their time this early in the game bitching about something that doesn't matter in chat.
Thanks for AFKing top! Appreciate it!
Rav's jungler has muted themselves.
Anyways, this moth immediately made its way up river looking for a dead clown corpse to teabag, and sure enough, Chuckles the annoying shitbag was there. Butterfree used dash and it was super effective in earning the solo bolo. Instead of backing this suspect of a smurf, speed ran some chores around the rift until a counter jungling clown came in with a seemingly large advantage. He struck first, had the health advantage as well as a bunch of stealth bombers deployed in the field, and at this point, seeing this madman of a moth take this fight told me that he is either skilled with millions of mastery point knowing exactly his own limits, or just a total dumbass who stayed in a bad fight and got lucky. I figured seeing that Rift Alexa has been announcing the genocide this dude was hosting up north, I would be able to relax, take my bra off and just whip some medicine bombs at bitches, but Butterfree was back already, and my aim served as a freshly vacuumed welcome sign to burn Rav's summoner Spellsville. I then saw Edward Scissorhands in the area and thought I would spectate the slaughter, but he wasn't alone. The murderous manta ray knew just when Zed would port back to Shadows, casting its thousands of dashes to stay on top of him until he died. I of course was then stuck there with my limp dick in my hand, just knowing that some broken condom baby will be typing that it's my fault for playing Lux, as if a level 4 Jinx would have double killed here, but the point is this Bel'Veth had more kills than minutes at this point. Then became the counter jungling pressure, as it's not enough to diff the shit out of the literal clown on my team in the ganking department. He also had to bleed him drier than a cactus dick, and for a second I thought Zed was going to be the hero and save the day, put some use behind that cringe costume he wears only for his legacy to be ended by a red buff. I then had to deal with the repercussions of being shittier than a septic tank myself, but also being behind due to this Bel'Veth's contributions. But even with a Q sent into Timbuktu, we proved that Double Mage is just the knees of the bees down here. And you can see typical players who are actually stuck in this elo have to chirp after a play like that.
All that help for that!
As I then privately instructed the Calamari to turn on his kill switch moving forward. But bot lane wasn't the only lane getting wrecked like Lana Rhodes' internal organs on a workday. No, you see, the top of the map was just as one-sided. The knight in dying armor landed a total of 0 abilities, and then obviously this liberal dunce and his good for nothing attitude in team chat wasn't going to stand a change against the infamous wingsuit slaughterer who executed and silently got out, unlike the actual junglers in this elo.
Rav's jungler has unmuted.
Nice, you AFK tower start of game, and you don't even ult. Very nice, bro. You pro.
I then did something extremely stupid. You see, I saw the absolute Grand Canyon of a jungle presence going down, and I figured, oh shit, there's no way our own jungler is gonna do his job and contest a dragon. I should at least get a camera installed so I can show him the footage of what he is supposed to be doing, but I forgot that surveillance technician is one of the deadliest professions as a solo entrepreneur, and I learned the hard way that someone else can install the damn cameras next time because it's not worth it. Faker then of course took the objective and roamed mid, knowing precisely where our mid laner would be most vulnerable to a surprise visit, as the only gap he couldn't close in this game was the skill gap between him and my team's jungler. I then typed in trade chat wanna buy summon bot lane, and a warlock in tower transmog hooked me up, only for Morg to greet me like a petty housewife. My support didn't take kindly to her being a douche, and my ult didn't take kindly to being aimed by a drunk but enter meta following ADC who is supposedly the right type of champ to play in this role at my rank. Side note, my jungler did prove that as long as the player is a support with no cooldowns, barely any mana, no summoners, and like 9 health while also being cornered by 3 of us, he is fully capable of earning a kill himself. I should have grabbed my Uber back to base to spend my last paycheck, but I saw what I thought was a shutdown fleeing a crime scene, and I figured a huge numbers advantage would be just what we needed, but for every ally in the area, Riot gave him twice as many dashes. But I thought at least he is out of dashes and this should be a free cleanup for the clown. At this point he had 14 of his team's 16 kills, and he wanted to make sure no one on my team felt left out, so he went back top to beg Mordekaiser to bring him to the private Diddy dimension, but he refused, hoping if he got fucked in public his lawyers would be able to make a better case next time. That said, I did hire the clown to perform at a funeral, and he was like, "Sure you said at the morgue?" And I said no, the funeral for the morgue, and the performance was great, but the gold greed in me would soon be punished. Bam, over the wall like a parkouring death penalty distributor. I was prison shanked to death by the butterfly faster than a wild Pokemon can make a dumb tweet, as he then enjoyed a serving of deep dish calamari for dessert. Just to take an inventory of where we are at, it's now 15 minutes into the game. This dude has 18 kills with a 4-level advantage over my sad excuse for a jungler, which means you could say he is living rent-free in this guy's top side, and the only thing that could stop him would be a developer at Riot preventing players like this from treating lower ranks like their personal pissing bowl when they need a break from their main elo. Anyways, getting shit on or not, I was still enjoying the amenities that come from being a mage down here. That said, smurfing Sammy over here was going to show that Bel'Veth's directional dash cooldown is looser than my asshole after a colonoscopy when it comes to how that was coded, because this bitch is just bopping, slopping and hopping in all directions at all times it feels like, and I know Zed wasn't too happy about it either. I do know that OP or not OP, the one thing that some players have voiced a distaste for is the mobility creep that has been put into the game, but I don't think it's that bad. For example, let's count the number of dashes or flashes she does here. My chat is appropriately full of people wanting to call it quits, but I needed to stay for research purposes, even if it meant I would be puckering my asshole and trying to pull off Hail Marys at the end. Besides, outside of the smurfing elephant in the room, fights were extremely winnable, and I was still enjoying my time as long as it wasn't being shared with this Bel'Veth, and this kill brought me to level 11. Precisely 5 levels below this jagoff in the jungle, who was visibly pissed that Mordekaiser took some vein to the Diddy party instead, so he vowed that invite or not he would get his share of fucking that man in the metal costume at some point. 2 quick questions for those of you in the stands right now. Does it seem normal that 2 players of the same rank would be divided by 6 levels by the 20-minute mark? And also, does it seem normal for a jungler to be able to do this without some friends around this early? Anyways, all my own boys were dead except for Zed, who no one was questioning if he belonged in this elo, as he just AFK PvE'd up top until it ended, which left me as our team's last hope in defending against this max level murder moth. And thus this concludes my experience with what I am estimating to be a smurf, based off of the evidence that can be summarized by someone having 30 kills in a 21-minute game, but you can't blame Riot for not punishing this. It could have just been a single lucky game with an insane snowball. It would take some kind of repetitive pattern for them to detect this. Rav out.
We've been all subjected to a social experiment. Gone are the days of testing the limits of human minds in prisons. We are testing the limits of entire human beings in League solo queue. I think people know that if there is a single place in the entire gaming sphere which has the reputation for being the most toxic place in gaming history, it is League's solo queue. And players have been using it to prove that they are better than everyone else, which was eventually turned into a twist. It turns out, not all roles in League of Legends are equal. Sure, support is easier than jungle. Sure, mid lanes can carry their own games more often than top laners. And so the players simply stopped seeing every League of Legends Legends Challenger as equals. The first time this came into spotlight is when Tyler pulled off his Challenger Challenge. He got a Challenger in every role, which means we were able to track how many games it takes for every role to hit Challenger. Ignoring the season reset for top lane, top, jungle and mid all got there within about 1800 games, with support only taking him about 500 games, proving that if someone just wants to get Challenger, hypothetically, support should be the easiest way to do that. But unfortunately, in all of these stats, we've never seen the AD carry numbers. And that is simply because Tyler has been playing AD carry for about 15 years, which means the number of games would be lower by default and it wouldn't really have any value. The thing is, unbeknown to us at that time, it seems like AD carries might be cursed. And so it's been a real shame we didn't get those numbers for that role. Or at least, that was the case until someone else picked up the challenge. There would be someone who would pick up the role of AD carry with the intention of climbing with it, which resulted in all hell breaking loose. And of course, we are talking about Dantes, who tried to pull it off. Now, Dantes has been on quite an interesting arc himself. For the longest time, I knew nothing about him. Anytime I knew anything that would come out, it would be the memes. And I don't think we want to talk about the Yordles. But eventually, as League's gameplay would become slightly more stale, people realized it was more fun to talk about what is happening around League of Legends. And so Dante started releasing his own videos where he talked about what Riot is doing with the game. More stale, people realized it was more fun to talk about what is happening around. And I don't think we want to talk about the Yordles. But eventually, as League's gameplay would become slightly more stale, people realized it was more fun to talk about what is happening around League of Legends. And so Dante started releasing his own videos where he talked about what Riot is doing with the game. He even gave his own opinion on the entire Hextech debacle. And I'll be honest, for someone whom I've only ever seen in the memes, it was wild to see Dantes give good criticism on how Riot screwed up. But also, he talked about how they could potentially do better. He wasn't just screaming, he wasn't losing it. He was just a moderately angry guy serving points. Mind-blowing stuff in today's internet. And so in his arc of not being the screaming meme kid, trying to improve and making sure he has credibility on the topics he's talking about, Dantes tackled a new challenge. You see, for years he always ridiculed bot lane. Specifically, he had a thing against AD carries. Every time there was a debate on what lanes should be changed, what should be altered or how the meta should be shaped, let's say he just never got on the same wave as AD carry mains. This could partially be because we are talking about a challenger hackerim, meaning that he does have experience with ganking different lanes, and so he likely knows that bot lane is most likely to call for help. But alas, Dante simply didn't agree with AD carries so much that he had a crash out and he became a meme. Now, I can't play the meme because there's quite a bit of swearing, but it all eventually comes to a single point. AD carries always complain that they are weak, all while, according to Dantes, every meta was AD carry meta, every objective was always focused around bot lane, everyone was always funneling AD carries, all of which results in AD carries being able to 1v9 most of their games. And that is all while they still all complain about buffs. Now on paper, he's not wrong. I mean, ADC comes from attack damage carry, a name that originally came from the fact that AD carries were weaker at the beginning, and it took them a while to ramp up so that they would be able to carry the game by the end. Of course, these days that's only half true. Most AD carries can also function as glass cannon assassins, but the core of this statement still stood. Dantes didn't believe that AD carries were justified to complain all the time. And to prove it, he went onto a challenge. He would pick up the AD carry role and he would get at least a master very easily. The context being that this comes from a former Hackerim challenger in all NA, EU West and Korea. It all started with him getting stuck in silver for a bit. At first he thought that all AD carries were building the same items because they didn't know what to do, so he started building different things and he started thinking outside of the AD carry box. He tried to essentially make a new meta work. But he was quickly met with the unfortunate truth. That is simply not how the AD carry is designed. The reason why every AD carry is building the same things is because that's how the best items are designed. There is simply an optimal way to deal damage on characters that are based around auto-attacking. And when it comes to the gameplay, you just farm bot because based around auto-attacking. And when it comes to the gameplay, you just farm bot because that's what a carry does. If you are ahead, you take a tower and you move to another lane so you can farm some more. And you farm until you are able to join the team fights. In the simplest possible form, that's it. How do I know this? I play support. Been there, done that, or at least I saw that. And so Dante's just released a rant where he talked about all the problems AD carries have. First of all, everyone builds the same items because there is simply an optimal way to deal damage. But you are also not allowed to do anything outside of farming. If you leave your lane, there is a good chance you die. If your support leaves, there is a good chance you die. If your team is trying to secure a dragon, there is a good chance you die. What lane gets ganked the most? Bottom, because there are 2 targets for 2 kills and you are there, so there is a good chance you die. Which means that you are kinda left at the mercy of your support. The problem is, not only are you kinda screwed if your support is not great, but also supports are kinda the only ones having fun in the lane. Look, I main Vel'Koz. All I really need to do is to zap enemies with abilities. I think that's fun. I don't think it's fun to stare at health bars to make sure I last hit. And so, on his journey with the AD carry role, Dante's played about 600 games, and he came to this conclusion. I woke up this morning and realized I can't do this anymore. After 600 games, I quit. AD carry is the hardest role in the game. I was wrong about how they should itemize. Support mains are... we don't say that word here. 90% of jungle mains are even worse. I'm gonna use everything I've learned about what not to do as a jungler to level up my gameplay and see how far I can progress. To everyone who plays AD carry and had to read my tweets over the last few weeks, I'm sorry. To everyone who doesn't and still thinks what I said initially was correct, play it yourself and find out just how misinformed and privileged you truly are. And so Dante's proved us all that the legends are true. Different roles do have different levels of control over the games. Mid laners and junglers have just about the highest, top laners and supports are close behind, but unless you are the tippity top of the skill iceberg, AD carries might currently be the worst at winning. Although there is a very important thing we need to say. All of this was an experiment done by Dante's, who is a jungler. So who knows, maybe this would be the outcome with any lane that he would play. But what I am the most surprised by is the fact that he took this failure on the chin like a champ, and he is actually learning from it. Though I do think
Somebody
I know what the real point of
40-minute video
was. He didn't play any yordles.
Guys, I got a weird flower growing in my garden, man. What's going on? Hey.
The hardest worker.
Hey guys, can you just watch Gus for me really quick and make sure he doesn't eat my chicken? I'm gonna go to the bathroom. What the hell?
Her house is a kitten spawner. Locking onto the target.
We're not the only thing that's been defeated by the heat. Look at the position my K is in. Golly!
They really love racing each other. Ready for the battle.
Guys, I got a weird flower growing in my garden.
Somebody has made
Guys, I got a weird flower growing in my
40-minute
garden.
video
What's going on?
about me. How about that? 40
The hardest
minutes.
worker.
The Asmongold rabbit hole. Uh-oh. Let's get it.
Something that's always chewing away in the back.
Somebody has made a 40-minute video about me. How about that? 40 minutes. The Asmongold rabbit hole. Uh-oh. Let's get it.
Something that's always chewing away in the back of my head, nibbling away, gnawing away like a worm in Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s brain, is the fact that possibly one of the largest streamers on any platform has one of the craziest pasts and potentially the poorest health a human being can imagine. We're not talking about Dr. Disrespect. We're not talking about XQC. Not fucking Airsoft Fatty. Okay, we're not talking about any of these guys. Ludwig, nope. Today, we're talking about Asmongold, the hero of today's story. AKA, we're doing a deep dive into the legend of Asmongold, a man of mythical status, of legend in my own mind. I'm a fan. I don't like the politics shit. I don't like any of the politics stuff, and that's not what we're talking about today. We're talking about the man, the myth, the legend, Asmongold.
Yeah, it's a LeBron wow, apparently. And looks like the guy might have shit himself over that. And it's like, think about the game, the narrative that creates, right?
And exactly what makes him so mythical, and what people are always talking. A lot of people hate this man.
They sure
and you
do.
yourself probably have seen him. Maybe you don't have an opinion formed on him already, but you've
I don't know about that. I think most of the people have an opinion.
Seen him in his coverage of Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard. He made like 3,000 videos. Actually,
like
I think
that.
it was close to 87, which is a lot.
At this point, Your Honor, Ms. Heard's counsel is asking to move into evidence and publish.
I bet they are.
Defendant's exhibit.
This was crazy. Objection. All right, cut the tape, guys. Cut the tape. Does the job well? Yep. Yeah, we milked the shit out of this. Did I win yet, guys?
The dude's been pretty mad relevant for a while now, and he just loves posting so many videos.
Look at how many videos there are. Just 1 day ago, 1 day ago, 2 days 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 ago, 3 days ago, 3. Bro, like, there's a lot of fucking videos. Yep.
Did stream clips where he's
and keep in mind, this is only one channel.
Loves yapping.
If you laugh at a joke from a guy that's gay, you are gay. It doesn't make you gay. You are gay. That's not true. You're gay. So if somebody says something funny and you say that's funny, now you're gay. But you find out later that they're gay, you're gay. You didn't just become gay.
If there was a Hollywood Walk of Fame for Twitch streamers, Asmongold would be one of the first to receive his monument. Also, because he's doing this, streamers, Asmongold
didn't just become gay.
If there was a Hollywood Walk of Fame for Twitch streamers, Asmongold would be one of the first to receive his monument. Also, because he's doing this. He's been doing this for a long time. By the way, he has legitimately posted 80.
Yep, I've been streaming since 2016. That's right. Making videos since 2014.
7 videos in regard to the Amber Heard Johnny Depp trial, which is very awesome.
Oh, we farmed
or at least that's according to a playlist that claims to be. He's been doing this. 7 videos in regard to the Amber Heard Johnny Depp trial, which is 7 videos in regard to
making videos since 2014.
7 videos in regard to the Amber Heard Johnny Depp trial, which is very awesome.
Oh, we farmed
or at least
the
that's
fuck out of
according to a playlist that claims to be complete. Streamers in general blow my mind, but it blows my mind specifically that this guy has committed so much time and energy towards reacting to a trial in which 2 people detail some of the worst moments of their life.
It was funny. And people loved watching it. Oh, there were so many viewers. Look, we got over 100,000 viewers every day watching this shit. Of course I fucking watch. Absolutely. Yes.
Big deal.
You think I'm above making content out of people's trauma? No, that's the whole reason I'm here. What do you expect?
Back then, and I looked at it on stream. I made a couple videos about it, but like 87 videos. That's like 30 hours of video. That's crazy. Never mind, it's way more than 30 hours.
Those are the highlights. Yep.
He's got about 80 hours of footage of him talking about Amber Heard Johnny Depp. That's legendary.
What I'm asking you, sir, is did you
comply
with the ethical requirements?
Did you comply?
Of the APA
this guy?
when rendering the professional opinions that you've rendered today?
This is the execute. It is a requirement of the APA. It is not the requirement of the APA.
Oh,
that's the first domino for the big legend. 2 whole work weeks of just.
Bro, yeah, that's what I did. 100%.
Do you know whether the...
And I do it again. And I'm sure something stupid like this will happen, and I will take advantage of that also.
Records, medical records.
Oh my God.
From your EMT were produced in discovery.
Objection, Your Honor. Lack of foundation calls for speculation.
I'm overruled if she knows. Thank you.
Is it entertaining? It was. Great, and this is progress. This is from the Cooks channel.
That's what we gotta sound like, dude. Reaction channels, commentary channels. That's just after a while. You would, shut up. That's what I usually say whenever my TV's yapping at me. Yeah, dude. 80 hours, 3 full days. No eat, no piss, no fart, no make sweet, sweet love. 3 days just talking about Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. Either way, it doesn't matter.
Ms. Pennington, have you ever personally witnessed Mr. Depp physically attack Ms. Heard?
Yeah. Can you be specific to physically attacked?
Did you ever witness Mr. strike Ms. Heard?
No.
Ms. Pennington, have you ever personally witnessed Mr. Depp physically attack Ms. Heard?
Yeah. Can you be specific to physically attacked?
Did you ever witness Mr. strike Ms. Heard?
No.
Did you ever witness Mr. Depp throw anything at Ms. Heard?
I never witnessed him throw anything at her, around her, yes.
Okay.
The question is, did you ever witness Mr. Depp throw anything at Ms. Heard?
No.
There it is.
Did you ever witness Mr. Depp kick Ms. Heard?
Did you ever kick her? Oh, yeah.
Did you ever see
What about a
Mr.
headbutt?
Depp physically injure Ms. Heard, cause her an injury?
I didn't see it.
Okay.
So that's a no, right?
I didn't see it.
It's obviously a no. Oh, here we go. Here we go.
At this point, I start asking Ms. Pennington some questions, so we'll play that, but maybe we just approach to just get straight on some exhibits, please.
Okay.
Now, I understand that you've testified a number of times about some of the events that we touched on yesterday, right?
Is she going to do this thing where she stares at the camera again?
Has there ever been anything in any of those prior sworn statements or testimony that you've given that has prevented you from telling the truth?
No.
And is all of your prior sworn testimony, including the testimony you gave yesterday, true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
No, I lied about everything. This is a fake.
Are you here today on behalf of one side or the other? And by that I mean on behalf of Amber or on behalf of Johnny?
What's she gonna say?
No.
Would you consider yourself adverse or hostile to either party?
No.
Any other time that you can remember?
I don't think Johnny liked that answer.
Not specifically, no.
Was there a name for what you describe as Mr. Depp's different self?
Yes.
What was that name?
We called it the monster.
Who is we?
All of us. Me, Johnny, Amber, and anyone else in the inner circle that was privy to the private things that would happen.
The monster.
How do you know that Johnny called it the monster?
He named it that.
You heard him refer to this other version of himself as the monster directly?
Either heard or saw it written in a text.
Did you receive texts from Mr. Depp?
He's not a monster, he's a warrior.
Referring to this other version of himself as the monster?
I can't remember specifically any of them.
But you do recall hearing or reading Mr. Depp directly referring to himself as the monster?
Yes.
And why did you do that?
She asked for my help.
What are you getting emotional
And over the course
for?
of your relationship, when Amber needed your help, you tried to be there for her, right?
Yes.
That's nice.
What do you mean by scary?
I was scared for Amber. I was sad for her, and I was also sad for Johnny.
Damn.
Because he is my friend, too.
That's awful. Did
And
that
I really
one happen?
wanted them to be able to get it together.
Popping ult early? Where's the
Why were you
lawyer this
scared for
time?
Amber?
He could be very unpredictable.
Fucking piece
And
of
she didn't have a lot of self-preservation.
Yeah. I got my headphones coming, the new ones coming in.
What specifically, what type of harm were you worried about for Amber?
She's so much different than the other interview. Like, I don't know, man.
In the beginning, I wasn't worried. Towards the end, when the physical abuse was more evident,
Yeah.
I was worried. I was worried for her physical safety. I was worried that when he turned, he might accidentally do something that was worse than he ever intended.
That's phase 2, gentlemen.
When you say, talk about
That's phase
abuse,
2.
is this signs of abuse that you personally observed?
Can you explain what you mean specifically by that?
Shut up, Bill Clinton. You know what he means.
physical effects on Amber of that abuse?
Physical effects. She's going to say yes, but the implication
Yes.
is that she observed the violence.
You-
What a
you
bullshit
testified
question.
a little bit yesterday about
Fuck that.
an incident between Johnny and Amber that took place in Hicksville. You remember that?
You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
Effects.
Tell me as
It's
best
an
you can
ongoing
everything that you
statement.
remember about that.
Oh my god.
We were sitting around the campfire.
Oh my god.
I don't remember who the larger group was. And
Okay.
Amber and Kelly Sue were sitting on a chair together, hugging. And Johnny came up and said, "Get your hands off my woman." And it was surprising because it was a very benign two friends sitting on the same chair hanging out.
Yeah, he got
And
mad for no reason, really. Sure.
It was also surprising
Okay.
because Johnny had been hanging out with everybody in a friendly way, and a switch flipped when that happened.
Yeah,
and
I don't know.
Amber got up, went to go comfort Johnny, and then they went back to their trailer.
Shouldn't they ask, like, has she ever been like?
How would
more
you
than friends with
describe
Amber?
Johnny's tone when he said, "Get off my woman"?
He was mad.
At first, I thought it was a joke. I thought he was kidding because it was so unexpected from the way that the rest of the night had been going.
Wasn't that exactly what Amber said? I mean, just like the way that
And
she
then at
said
some point, I think Amber realized that it was not a joke and got up to diffuse the situation.
Maybe it happened to both of them, right? That's another option. But just like the way that
Did you perceive Kelly Sue to be acting inappropriately in any way toward Miss Heard?
No.
Had you seen when you said a switch flipped in Mr. Death? That was your testimony, right?
Just now?
Yeah, just now.
Yeah.
Was it surprising to you to see?
Surprising he was so abusive? Was it surprising?
No.
Oh my God, he's so bad.
And why not?
I feel like they're
He
trying
switched
so hard.
Sometimes.
And what do you mean by that when you say he switched?
These statements allowed
Johnny
to
would
testify
be
they were all on
acting
shrooms? I don't know how they're allowed. That's a great
like
question.
his wonderful
Yeah, everybody was on drugs.
self for a certain portion of an occasion where people were hanging out or sometimes just privately at home. And I never knew what caused it. The switch would happen to where he would either disappear or go somewhere off by himself, or his mood would change to something darker. And yeah.
That's the warrior. That's the warrior within right there. Mm-hmm. The Dark Lord. It's
What
not
do you
the Elder
recall?
Lord, it's the Dark Lord.
And we'll get to specific incidents in a little bit. But when you say his mood would change to something darker, do you remember any specific examples of times that you witnessed when his mood changed to something darker?
I can't remember at this moment specific times.
Yeah.
When it would happen. Generally, he would go away from where the rest of the people were. Amber would follow to comfort. Sometimes they wouldn't come back, sometimes they would.
Okay. That's all right.
And tell us about the next morning at Hicksville, what you saw and observed.
I went to the trailer to go knock on the door. I think they had already left, though. I went in and saw the disarray.
Describe the disarray as best you can.
Let's see it. This is the trailer.
Like I said yesterday, the light fixtures had been knocked off. Things were strewn about the trailer, cushions off the couch bank.
Okay.
Over the course of now, you've known Miss Heard since 2003, right?
Uh-oh.
Yes.
Have you ever known her to knock light fixtures off a wall?
Yeah.
Faker versus Knight, ladies and gentlemen. We'll also have Zayas in this game. Today's matchup on the weekend is an absolute banger. Happy Mother's Day, by the way, to all those out there that celebrate it.
No.
Who would know that?
Have you ever known her to throw pillows and cushions?
Uh-oh.
Yes.
Okay.
Over the course of now you've known Miss Heard since 2003, right?
Uh-oh.
Yes.
Have you ever known her to knock light fixtures off a wall?
Yeah.
No.
Who would know that?
Have you ever known her to throw pillows and cushions off couches?
No.
Have you ever known her to get in a rage and destroy property?
Who would ever know this?
No.
Have you ever known her to threaten someone's life?
No.
What did Amber tell you? Did you ever have a conversation with Miss Heard about what happened in that trailer in Hicksville?
Yes.
I'd like to fast forward a little bit in time, Miss Pennington, to an episode that we talked about yesterday to some extent. Do you remember being with Amber after something that happened the day before she went on the James Corden show in December 2015?
That's whenever she said she got fucked up. And then they showed the pictures and she wasn't.
What do you remember? And I know this is painful and emotional, but give me your best recollection of what you recall from that time period.
From the night before?
Were you with Amber the night before the James Corden appearance?
Yes.
And were you with her the day of the James Corden appearance?
Yes.
And did you observe Miss Heard and Miss Heard's residence?
Yeah, he's telling her to ult.
The day before the James Corden appearance and the day of the James Corden appearance?
Yes.
There we go.
So with that, tell me everything that you can remember, starting with the day before. And I may interrupt you and ask you to clarify certain things, but that's everything to remember.
So,
okay. Here we
she
go.
asked me to come over to her residence,
All right.
PH3 or PH5. I don't remember which one I entered.
Yeah.
And she was very upset. Her face was red, swollen.
That's horrible.
The hair had been ripped out of her head.
Yeah. Wow.
I went through all of the penthouses. She didn't cancel. I don't think I even slept that night.
What?
Watching her just to make sure she didn't.
Is that because you were worried she had a concussion?
Yes.
Why did you tell her that you were going to go take pictures throughout the penthouses?
Because she had a, it's leading. It's obviously leading.
Why wouldn't I?
If she
Pennington, I'm gonna you saw
I'm mad.
a few selected pictures yesterday.
I'm
gonna show you a number of pictures.
Oh, here we go.
Today that we need to go through and I'll ask you some questions about them.
You should
Okay.
ask if she was sleeping laying down or sitting up.
Yeah, I can see it.
Because
Can
you
you,
would
Ms.
know
Pennington?
that if you're laying down and you have a concussion, it's like worse than sitting up. So if she was laying down sleeping, the odds are they didn't even care about the
Ms.
concussion.
Pennington, does this picture
And she wouldn't even know that.
truly and accurately depict
They could have caught her off guard with that.
Miss Heard's appearance
But he didn't ask that.
on December 2015, during the night that you just discussed?
Yes.
Nothing wrong with her? Yeah.
Do you know whether or not you took this
Is
picture?
Amber's lawyer? Yeah, I know.
I do
It's
not.
That you were with Miss
Seeing this unusual side of her, she gets flustered. Then, her attempt at being cold fails. She decides to act a little cold toward her friend. She gets flustered. Seeing this unusual side of her, she gets flustered.
Heard that evening after the incident?
Late game glow up. There it is. Yeah, men have really good late game scaling.
Helping to finance this situation in a way that was never originally intended.
A 2018 analysis by the Joint Economic Committee found that 64% of prime age men who aren't working were receiving some sort of government assistance.
So the one benefit that they rely heavily on is disability insurance. One, because they often are unable to work if they have a physical injury or high levels of addiction or whatever. But it also provides health insurance, which is huge.
Very much against the initial intentions of the founders of the program. They've ended up with a perverse situation that too often subsidizes or even incentivizes helplessness and long-term dependence. If we thought
it's inevitable. I don't think that there's any way around having some sort of universal basic income. I feel like it is inevitable. We either have to have that or we have to kill a bunch of people. Like most people, basically. We can't afford it. Well, then you have to kill them. Because, like, if you don't kill them, then they'll kill you. Because they don't have any money, they have nothing to lose. That's just what's going to happen. Whoa, no, I'm just saying, like, that's just what's going to happen. Like, you can't have a massive underclass of people that has no purchasing power that effectively is a slave class. This is a recipe for disaster. Like, it is. Like, it's not going to work. Isn't that scary? Well, I'm just saying, like, that's what's going to happen. Causes civil unrest. Think about how it was in 2020 with all those riots.
about a system in which we had a work-first principle where the incentives were for getting the training.
French Revolution filter? French Revolution was against the royalty versus aristocracy. It was not, the French Revolution was not the poor people going and killing the rich people. It was the rich people killing the royalty.
And then showing up at the job and then staying at the job. I think we'd be in a lot better place than we are today.
However, some experts remain doubtful about whether altering the benefits program will lead to meaningful results.
I think until we deal with the deeper problem of ill health, ill mental health, these guys aren't going to respond to incentives.
Everybody is responsible for their, for their brothers. Everybody's responsible for their neighbors and their friends.
No, they're not.
And we ourselves as
just not gonna happen.
Can help to shine a spotlight on this. It shouldn't be America's invisible problem. And the more that we talk about it, the more that we pay attention to it, the closer we get to turning this around.
I'm going to be honest. This is going to be very, very toxic masculinity. I think that we indulge people's mental health too much. I think that we listen to how people feel too much. Suck it the fuck up and deal with it. Be a fucking man. Stop being a bitch. I don't know when the idea of being stoic and working hard and being able to control yourself and rise above your emotions was seen as a bad thing, but enabling that type of behavior just creates losers. That's it. Yep, losers lose. That's right. Sound like me? Yep. Life difficulty too high, need easy mode? I guess so, yeah. And I think also, like, if you hold people to, like, low standards, you're going to have them meet those standards. This was a good video. I think that the problem is that any sort of mainstream publication that talks about this topic always has to talk around the topic. They're always talking around the topic, and they're not understanding and really digging deep into, like, the cultural problems that men face and how those cultural problems contrive the way a male sees the world. Because it's massive, right? It's like if you're a guy, you're going on dating apps and, like, you can't get a girlfriend, you can't get a job, you feel like life is against you. It sucks. Yeah, it's absolutely bad. And so, and the problem also is, like, media, I think, does a very bad job at presenting positive male role models, because there's a lot of issues where it's like, what is being a man? What is being masculine? Nobody fucking knows. That's the problem. The way that I look at everything is that I try to see everything, and every bad thing that happens to me, I view it as being my fault. Like, that is the way I start my investigation into a problem. I think, how did I cause this to happen? Because that takes the locus of control and it puts it on your side of the court. That gives you the agency. Now you have control. You see what I'm saying? And I think also there are times that you can work backwards from that and come to the conclusion that it actually wasn't your fault and you didn't do anything wrong. But that's not the good way to start. And I think that nowadays a lot of self-help is about teaching people different pleasant versions of learned helplessness. It's everything is okay, oh, well, like, the world is against you, and so that's why you're failing. Oh, well, men have it harder, that's why you're failing. And there's always some sort of external force that's holding you down. I think this is what happens with identity politics, too. It's like, well, the reason
It was.
What room was this taken in?
This is the bathroom of Johnny and Amber's bedroom in PH3.
Okay.
What injuries, if any, do you observe on Miss Heard in this picture?
Her right eye has a mark and a bruise. Her nose is swollen. There's bruising on her left eye as well.
And Exhibit 16 is up. And Exhibit 16 is up.
Okay. Next.
What is this picture of Miss Pennington?
It is a picture of Amber's face with bruising and a mark on her right eye, swelling on her nose, bruising on the left eye, in the same bathroom.
And when was this picture taken?
I assume the same night.
Is that the night in December 2015 that you've been testifying about for the last few minutes?
Yeah.
Do you see behind Miss Heard's left ear? There's a picture on the wall, and then a writing a note above the picture.
What the hell?
Yes.
The fuck? I didn't even notice that.
What is that note signed?
Yours, Steve.
You can tell.
It says.
Steve.
What the hell does that even say?
To your understanding, who is Steve?
Johnny.
Wait, did he say "fuck you" eternally?
And what does it say right above that?
I think it does.
Yours, Steve.
What's the line above that say?
Wait, it says "I love you" eternally. Oh, that's different. Actually, in this relationship, is it?
Something, always, up, 3 exclamation points.
Basically the same thing, yeah.
Love you eternally, yours, Steve.
And Steve, in that note, refers to the same man that you understood to have inflicted these injuries on Miss Heard.
The
correct?
same man?
Yes.
Is he Voldemort now?
And does this picture truly and accurately reflect what you observed on Miss Heard in that night in December 2015?
Partially.
When you said partially, what do you mean by
Who's
that?
Steve? It's Steve Harvey.
You can't see the rest of the injuries.
I was surprised too when I heard it.
What other injuries
Yeah,
are
he
you
got in
referring
there.
to?
The
Fucked up, man.
hair being pulled out.
Minecraft, Steve?
Exhibit 17 is up.
No, it's some pet name she had for Johnny Depp.
What is this a picture of, Miss Pennington?
Amber's face
Yeah,
turned at a slight profile.
I see that.
With a bruise on her eye,
It seems that way.
swelling on her nose.
There it is.
And when was this picture taken?
Appears to be the same night, same moment of the previous 2 pictures.
Does this picture fairly and accurately depict, at least in part, Miss Heard's appearance on that night?
Yes.
Exhibit 18 is up.
Okay.
What is this document, Miss Pennington?
It's a photo of Amber's face
Yeah.
with 2 black eyes and swollen bottom lip.
Did you take this photo?
I don't remember.
You said a swollen nose.
Yes.
I don't. Is that a swollen nose? Like, I don't know. What do you guys think?
Does this picture fairly and accurately depict, at least in part, Miss Heard's appearance on that night in December 15, 2015?
Like, to me, it doesn't.
Yes.
Did you take pictures of Miss Heard that night?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
You believe that you took this picture?
She says no
I
makeup.
don't know.
I don't know.
But in any event, it accurately reflects what Miss Heard's appearance from that evening.
Yes.
Exhibit 19 is up.
You know what I find to be very compelling? She does. I don't think she has the lawyer with her.
And I'm sorry
time.
this is so hard, Miss Pennington.
You notice that?
We just need to get through as
Yep.
best we can. What is this picture?
This is Amber's face. Turn a profile.
This is hard.
Showing more of her bottom bloody lip and her right bruised eye.
And what night does this, or when does this show Amber?
It appears to be the same night and the same series of photos as before.
Where was this picture taken, if you know?
It's in the bedroom, facing she's sitting on the bed and it's facing the windows.
Was anyone with you and Amber that night after you came over?
I don't think so, no.
That's convenient.
So is it fair to assume that either you or Amber took this picture?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes.
Does it look like Miss Heard took this picture?
Thank God.
Do you recall taking this picture?
I took a lot of pictures. It would be...
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Does Miss Heard's lower lip look like it's just chapped?
Go on with whatever Heard wants,
No, it
because she's
does
the older
not.
Heard. What's her friend?
Does it look like she just has a cold sore?
It does not look like a cold sore.
Exhibit 20 is up.
What is this a picture of, Ms. Pennington?
This is a picture of Amber's hairline, a scratch injury on the hairline.
Wow.
And my thumb holding the hair back so that you can see it.
Does this picture depict marks that you saw on Amber on the night in December 2015 that we've been discussing?
Or the next morning.
One or the other?
One or the other.
Yes.
And Lucas, if you could just go back really discussing on the night in December 2015 that we've been discussing. Marks that you saw on Amber on the night in December 2015 that we've been discussing.
Or the next morning.
One or the other?
One or the other.
Yes.
And Lucas, if you could just go back really quickly to the last picture, please, Pennington 19. I may have asked you this, Ms. Pennington, but I just want to make clear for the record, does this picture fairly and accurately depict Ms. Heard's appearance on that night in December 2015 that we've been discussing?
Yes.
But it's already been proven that she photoshopped shit, though. Like, I mean, not proven, but I mean, like, bro.
What is this a picture of, Ms. Pennington?
I mean, like...
This is a close-up picture.
You know what I mean? Like, I mean...
the side of Amber's nose and mouth.
Like, I'm not gonna...
Did
you take... Go ahead.
She has swelling and an injury on her bottom lip.
That's true. It's a split lip.
Are there any other injuries you observe in this picture?
And see, you could see at the top of the photo, bruising on her eye and the small mark underneath her bottom eyelid.
Did Miss Heard, did she typically have that small mark underneath her eye or bruising around her eyes?
She did not usually have that small mark.
No, obviously not.
Underneath her eyes.
Did she typically have injuries to her lip?
Sometimes.
I wonder how that
and
happened.
over the course of your
What do you mean?
friendship with Miss Heard during the time that she was in a relationship with Mr. Depp, how often would you all communicate?
Sorry, can you repeat that question?
During the time that Miss Heard was in a relationship with Mr. Depp, how often would you communicate with Miss Heard? Like every day?
When she was filming, less. When she was home, all the time.
Bro, I'm like, I want them to go on break. I want to start talking.
And you just testified, I believe it wasn't the only incident in which you observed injuries to Miss Heard's face or lips, correct?
Correct.
Were there any other times that you observed injuries to Miss Heard's face or lips?
Yes.
Exhibit 22 is up.
What is this a picture of, Ms. Pennington?
Picture is hair pulled back to show the abrasion on the scalp where hair has been removed.
Whose head is that?
That's Amber's head.
Yeah.
Was this, do you know when this picture was taken?
Either the night of the event or the next day.
And by event, you're referring to the event in December of 2015 that we've been talking about?
I'm literally I'll write this shit down so I don't forget it because there's so
Do you
much shit
recall
I have to
taking this
talk
picture,
about.
Miss Pennington, of Miss Heard's scalp?
Yes.
Does this picture fairly and accurately depict the top of Miss Heard's scalp? During the day of or at the day after the December 2015 incident that you've been giving testimony about?
Yes.
That's what she said the first.
Exhibit 23 is up.
What is this a picture of, Miss Pennington?
There's a picture of a clump of Amber's hair.
Okay.
On the black carpet of the bedroom of PH4 with my finger there to show the scale of the hair.
Did you take this picture?
Yes.
When did you take this picture?
Yeah.
Either the night of the event.
Looks short. I
The
don't
night
know.
of the event. The
I have no
December,
idea.
the occurrence that we've been talking about.
In December of 2015?
Be dog hair? No, it's not
Yes.
dog hair.
And how did you know that was Amber's hair?
I don't think it is.
Hair had been ripped out of her head. This is the color of her hair. It's her home.
It's probably her. Mm-hmm. Yeah. The guy friend said she uses extensions? Yeah, he did. He did say that.
And this, you said, was in the bedroom of Penthouse 5?
4.
Have you ever known Miss Heard to pull out clumps of her own hair?
I would hope not.
No.
Miss Heard ever paint on bruises or use makeup to make it appear as if she had a bruise when in fact she didn't, to your knowledge?
No, the opposite.
What do you mean when you say the opposite?
She often had to cover bruises and injuries on her face with makeup.
Okay.
Did you see her cover bruises on her face with makeup?
Yes.
Can we pull up the document titled December 2015 ALH 28_B, please? What is this picture, Miss Pennington?
It is a picture of Amber.
She looks fine to me in that picture. I'm gonna be honest.
Underneath her.
Like
right eye.
that looks the same to me.
She's her coat and her shirt on. They're in the kitchen.
Like
She's in the kitchen.
Yeah, that seems the same. Like that's
Of
I could see a
PH3.
person like this just in the living room, you know, or like in like living room somewhere, or like just in front of a gas
Do you know
station.
when or approximately when this picture was
Like,
taken?
I mean, really, it's not weird or anything like that to me. She looks like me. No, she doesn't. What the fuck do you mean?
The day following the December event or the day after, maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know exactly when.
And did you take this picture?
I don't know.
Same shirt.
Does it fairly and accurately depict Amber's appearance on the day you described?
On one of the days following, yes.
Uh-huh.
Exhibit 25 is up.
Do you know what this is a picture of, Ms. Pennington?
This is a picture
Looks
of
like my living room.
the nightstand
I don't
on
know
the
what to
right
say.
side of the bed in Johnny and Amber's bedroom.
Yeah.
In PH3. It has a lamp that's fallen down, a book of rolling papers, half a lemon, a plastic coffee mug of Infinitum Nihil, which is Johnny's production company, a bottle of Tums, a bottle of tea, broken glass.
It seems that way. What about the lemon?
And a small blue book.
Is that a book?
On the floor that I can't.
I don't think that's at the top. Yeah, I see.
Did you ever know Amber to break glass next to her bed?
Next to her bed.
No.
Next to her bed. Good one, Rotten Boy. Very clever. That qualification.
What's your knowledge about Mr. Depp's tendency to break things made of glass?
My knowledge is that I saw him do it once, and that I saw the aftermath of him breaking glass many times.
And on that evening in December 2015, did you see that we've been discussing? Did you see broken glass around the residence?
Yeah. Let's see it.
Yes.
Let's go to the next picture. December 2015, ALH_509_B.
She didn't see Johnny throw anything?
You've seen this picture before.
No, she said.
What's this a picture of, Miss Pennington?
Johnny threw anything at Amber.
This is a picture of the platform bed in the bedroom of penthouse 4. The edge of the platform bed has a shard of wood that has broken off onto the floor.
Did you take this picture?
Yes.
When did you take it?
Either the night of the event or the next day.
Okay.
And when you say event, what are you referring to?
The December 15th event that we've been speaking about.
Okay.
You said December 15th. You mean December 2015?
Yes, sorry. 2015.
Yeah.
And where is this bed in the residence?
This is in the penthouse 4. It's the middle penthouse between the main residence, PH3, Amber's closet, PH5. This is the one of the rooms that you walk through to get to go through the upper story of the homes.
Okay.
Have you ever known Miss Heard to destroy a bed frame?
No.
Have you ever known? Go ahead. Sorry.
No.
Have you ever known Miss Heard to destroy furniture generally?
No.
Miss Pennington,
What a great
in all the
question.
photos that you...
Great question, guys. Incredible.
have taken of evidence or incidents or the aftermath of incidents between Amber and Johnny. Have you ever done anything to alter those photos or, you know, make them appear to depict something that wasn't actually there or wasn't actually real?
No.
They just
I
randomly
talk about
changed
the
the
day
volume.
of the late show. When I say that, do you understand I'm referring
My
to
ears. I'm sorry,
Amber's
guys.
appearance on the James Corden show?
Is this still good or is it still too loud?
The late show with James Corden. Were you with Amber?
This is fine.
When
Okay.
she,
Sorry, guys. I just
when she got
happened.
ready for her appearance on that show.
Yes.
Who else was present?
Okay.
A deer that who's her hairstylist, Melanie, her makeup artist, and Samantha, her stylist.
Were you there when her hair and makeup was being styled or put on before her appearance on James Corden?
Yes.
Did you see anyone paint on a wound on her lip or put makeup on her face to make it appear that there was a wound on her lip? Did you observe anyone ripping or put makeup on her face to make it appear a wound on her lip? Or paint on? Did you see anyone paint on a wound on her lip? Or put makeup on her face to make it appear that there was a wound on her lip? Did you observe anyone ripping clumps of her hair out of her head?
No.